All right, happy Tuesday. Welcome in. We're finishing up an ad break in progress here. In a few seconds, we'll get things started. All right, welcome in. Another day has passed. We are 2 days in on the week. Happy Tuesday to you all. I hope your day is going well. Yesterday, we started putting fur on our Jerboa. And I did a little bit of off-stream work last night, right in the same general area, just adding some more. And I threw him in the oven this morning. He's ready to go. We're going to continue on. And I've got some tasks in mind that we need to get done today. So, let's take a look, shall we? This is what I got done from about right in this region up last night. Worked on it for about an hour or so while actually hanging out on Bruce Odyssey's stream. So today, I also added a little bit of a nub for the tail just so we have a base to work with. I need to fill this in a little bit now that this is baked and I don't have to worry about accidentally merging the fur with fresh clay. We're going to be bulking out the arms a little bit. And we need to start doing some fine fur up the neck and into the chin region, where we'll blend that in right around in here. And that way we have an overlap when we start adding fur onto the top. We also can come up in here over the shoulders once the arms are bulked. Yeah, we're making good progress here. We're on day 10 of the project. And he's moving right along. I'm real happy with this. You'll notice too, I took the whiskers out for now. Of course, those were just placeholders. You can kind of see the fine holes there. We'll put the monofilament in. And those wires may go back in, especially while we're painting, just so those don't get filled in, you know? We'll also be adding a few more up above the eyes for like little sprouts, eyelashes, I guess. So yeah, happy Tuesday. Welcome in. And more fur today. But I think first, let's go ahead, work on building out this tail and the shoulders, and then we'll move back into the fur. All right, let's see. First things first, I'll go ahead and brush on a little bit of liquid polymer. And that doesn't air dry, of course, so we can leave that. No problem. Let me get my paint rag. Played some more Fallout 76 with Menchie last night. As it turns out, she's enjoying it. Ran into a bit of a complication though. Originally, I have a copy on Steam, plus we have Game Pass. for PC and all of that. Um, I was originally just going to play on my Game Pass copy on PC and share my Steam library version with her. But as it turns out, you cannot family share that game on Steam. But here's a little trick for you all. If you've got PC Game Pass and multiple computers and family members, if you have, let's say you're the Game Pass subscriber, right? Obviously you sign in on your PC, just like normal. But then on their PC, you have them sign into the Xbox app with their gamer tag, and you go into settings, and there's an option to change the account for the Microsoft Store. And if you sign into the Microsoft Store with the account that has the Game Pass subscription, you can share your PC Game Pass. Apparently, it doesn't work with all games, like Minecraft for some reason, but it does work with Fallout. So that works. We did it. We made it happen. And yeah, she's been enjoying it. So been working to get her started and set up. So many games right now, both co-op and single player, and no time to play them. I definitely want to check out Hellblade 2. I've got it installed, but just haven't gotten around to playing. And then her and I want to play Evil West together. That's on Game Pass. And Lords of the Fallen looks like fun too. And that's co-op. What's up, Fire Shadow? How's it going, man? So she finally caved and started playing Fallout 76 and Ark. Yeah, we're both kind of like losing motivation with Scorched Earth, to be honest. We need to just bite the bullet and get our boss animals ready and be done with it. You know what I mean? I don't know, since there's so few people playing, I don't know if we're going to keep doing the 2 server thing. It just doesn't make any sense for me to pay for it. You know what I mean? I don't have any problem paying for it when people are playing, but we just don't have anybody on the servers, like 3 of us. That's like $30 a month, you know what I mean? Which isn't hurting me, but it also doesn't make any sense to spend the money for no reason. I thought we'd have a few more people, but no big deal. And as always, if the music is a little bit loud or too soft, let me know. It's not a problem at all. I can adjust it right here from my workstation. Yeah. So what we would probably do is, well, I'd have to look because one of them's paid for 3 months at a time and one of them's for single month at a time. But what'll probably happen is, the island now will become aberration. And then the server that Scorched Earth is running on will just kind of go away, you know? But it'll be a little bit yet. Like I said, we still have to fight the boss. We just, yeah, she was going a bit longer than I was, but I just lost all motivation because there's nothing to work for except for one boss, you know? And I already have a line of Rexes that I need to breed out yet, but I have those Rexes from the island and they're so hardcore. I just didn't see any point in starting over with a new line of Rexes, you know? Doing okay? Good, man. Good to hear. I'm doing all right. A little bit sleepy today. I don't know why, but I wasn't up any later than I normally am, you know? any any goings on this week? Just job hunting? Any luck in that regard? Any prospects? Had a couple interviews, but they didn't pan out. Ah, man. Sorry to hear that. Well, you're definitely not alone. I know Windwalker's kind of going through it too. I know that doesn't help, but not, at least in a practical sense, I suppose. One of them was a seasonal job. It would have ended in August. Yeah, that sucks. I mean, sometimes you got to take what you can get for the time being, but I've done my share of seasonal. I know how that goes. You know, sometimes you're lucky and it pans out to full time, but I feel like that's kind of a rarity. Jazzy, hello. Good after good afternoon. Late afternoon, I imagine, right? Mid afternoon, somewhere in that ballpark. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Day 10 of the Jerboa. We are well on our way. Yesterday we were adding the fur on the underbelly. I did a little bit last night. We stopped about here on stream and I kind of went up a little bit further so I could throw him in the oven for a bake. So, yeah, he's moving right along. Yeah, doing well. Doing well. Been a pretty well, had a good weekend and yesterday was pretty solid for the most part. And no complaints today, just a little bit sleepy is all. I think it's because Minchie turned the fan off at some point in the middle of the night. I used to not sleep with a fan on, and then when she moved in, she always sleeps with a fan on until recently. And it's killing me. Can't get me used to something and then take it away, you know? Probably curl up and sleep right through till tomorrow. Yeah, I probably need to give myself some of that time at some point soon, but just a day to be lazy, you know? It's about time for one of those days. But even my days off streaming, I've been either getting stuff done around here, working on stream stuff, or running errands, and not much time for R&R, you know? But I've been having fun, and it's been productive, so can't really complain too much. Where's my spoon? Hey, Gundy. Happy Tuesday to you. If you start drooling of this sculpture, we'll wake you up. Don't worry. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, last night I added a little bit more fur. Oh yeah, I made a little nub for his tail. We just added on to a bit too. But I just wanted to get a little bit of a base there. So yeah, we'll continue to build that out. In fact, that's a little bit thick, so got wire right there. I need to make sure that's covered. Some Joy Division. Very nice. Decided to stop being afraid after your incentive, and I'm working to finish an old project. Very nice, man. Very nice. And who knows, you might surprise yourself. You know, hell, I'm not only or I'm not even the only example of that recently. I know Andy, he's made comments about surprising himself with that crow that he's working on, which is phenomenal if you haven't seen it. It's really fun to step out of your comfort zone, you know? And take on something you're not sure about or whatever. And like I said before, when you get to a point where it's frustrating, you don't know where to go next, take a step back and come back with fresh eyes. Helps out tremendously. Yeah, we rated Doom Fruit yesterday. Or was it? No. I'm sorry. I'm getting confused. I think I was watching CNOT last night, and he was talking about, when it's important to breathe, especially like sculpting, right? So that was the subject at hand, and not getting frustrated. And I agree. This is supposed to be fun, and certain things can obviously be frustrating when it's not working out the way you want it to, but that's definitely, for me at least, what I look for, and that tells me it's time to take a little bit of a break and come back and just have fun with it, Okay, other arm. This one's not difficult, but I had to destroy a bit to redo, and that was scary. Yeah, dissection is nerve-wracking. I've had to do it a few times. Nothing major, but enough that it was kind of nail-biting in the process, Pat out his shoulders there. Let's double that up. I've added a few more ideas to my upcoming projects list that we'll get to eventually, hopefully. Kind of want to do a gremlin at some point. That would be fun. And I've got a Mothman. I want to do a Mothman sculpt. That'd be cool. And of course, we have to do a werewolf. We have to. I mean, it just feels like something that must be done. As I beat the camera up with the Jerboa ears. Gremlins are awesome indeed. Going for the fluffy, cute one that's been fed after midnight. I think Mowgli. That's it, right? Mowgli, the Mogwai. I think maybe at some point I would do Mowgli, but I definitely I want to do a demented gremlin first. Just more fun, Besides, this cute shit's just not normally me. I don't want to give anybody the wrong impression or false expectations of the channel. By the Jerboa is kind of misleading. Gotta lure them in with the cute, you know, to keep them for the creepy. I want to do a plague doctor at some point too. That would be fun. Yeah. And Mowgli is his name, I think. Maybe. Mowgli the Mogwai. Now every time I hear Mogwai, I think of the band, well, the band Mogwai. Gizmo. Where am I getting Mowgli? That's from Jungle Book. Yeah. What the hell? It works though, Mowgli the Mogwai. If I had a Mogwai, I would name him Mowgli. Nobody asked you, Hall and Oates. What was this song about? Somebody asked if they could just get along and be friends, and thus here's the song. Yep, see? I am, yes. Yeah. It's definitely tedious, but I love it. Like, it actually looks like a fur texture, you know what I mean? And it shouldn't be too terrible to paint. You know, we'll water down the, or thin out the acrylic and... Yeah. Like I said, I saw CNOT using this technique on his Mouse Lord sculpt, and I was like, I want to try to replicate that, and I definitely have. So I'm happy about that. Because that was my first question. Can I do it? And I think it adds more depth. You know what I mean? Instead of like carving in and smoothing.
May I please have a drink, please?
Absolutely. Help yourself. I'll permit it. Welcome in, Wolf Enters. But yeah. And you know, the other methods of doing fur are just fine. But I wanted to go for more of a textile, more realistic approach on the fur and just the general project, you know? To see what I could do with it. Doing well, Wolf. How are you? And time to hydrate here. And I think Minchie texted me. Let me see. Okay. So, what do we do next? We need to do some real fine fur up to the neck. And then what we'll do is we'll switch it around and fine fur. Let's see. Where's my reference? From corner to corner on down, kind of angled, and bring it into the neckline. And it'll overlap that slightly. And then from there, we'll bake it for Thursday. So hopefully Thursday, we can start up in this region and start forming out where the hair kind of curls out here. And we'll get a little bit of an overlap on that lower jaw, which is why we want to do that first. So, time to start doing some fur. It's a shame this dude died. This is a good band, huh? I don't even remember what he died from. I remember it being on the news. And you know what? Now that I'm done with clay in my hands and all that jazz, I apologize for the delay, but unless Menchie's on, I'm moderatorless. But I want to give a shout out here. Everybody in chat, be sure to show some love to Jazzy Jaffa, another creator here on Twitch and a phenomenal artist. Definitely show some love. Check out her stream. And again, I apologize for the delay. I just was in the middle of all of that, and I figured while I'm transitioning to a new process here, we'll get that out of the way. Obviously, this is not the Limp Bizkit version of Faith, but this reminded me. Um, Yesterday, I saw a thing pop up from a recent music festival, and it was Fred Durst with an all white beard. And I'm like, what? I don't like this. That means I'm getting old too. And yesterday we were adding clay, and for the belly, that's fine because it helped bulk it out some. But I think we're going to avoid that for most of the rest, just to avoid any further bulking. He's fine, but because, like I said, it works for the belly, but we don't want to keep bulking him out. That's going to get messy. Right? There's like old men up there. I'm like, what is this? Like, I wouldn't expect him to look the same, but I also wasn't expecting to see Santa Claus singing about how he did it all for the nookie. You know what I mean? We're still cool, right? Yeah, that I'm fine with that. We'll run with it. Besides, who's going to say otherwise? The younger generations, what do they know? I can't take that seriously anyway, you know? Just look at TikTok and trending things. It's like, what is this? Beyond garbage. Obviously, I know the same can be said by generations prior to us with things that we made popular, but I'm going to die on this hill, though. You know, I know it's always been a thing as one generation precedes the other. You know, you get changes in music and all of that, and every time, then the previous generation is like, "This is just noise, bro." The music today is legitimately mostly just noise. Can we agree? I'm not saying there isn't good music, but my lord. People call me sir now. Yikes. Please don't say back in my day. But yeah, as far as music goes, I just feel like most of it is just a result of some executives. You know what I mean? There's very little that I hear nowadays that sounds like actually like something original that somebody actually gave a shit and creating beyond just trying to sell records and make money. But I guess that's the way of the world. But, I guess nostalgia brings its own rose-colored glasses because if you think back, all the toys and all the cartoons we loved growing up were made with one reason. I mean, hell, when we were kids, cartoons were literally made just to sell toys. So, it's it's always been kind of gross. Still look very young though when comparing to a lot of my friends. Oh yeah, same, Gundy. Especially if I were to shave my beard. Being short also helps looking younger, but that's not a win. Yeah, if I shave my beard, I may very well go back to being carded for cigarettes. I don't know. Not that I buy cigarettes anymore, but oh, now you want to stick to the tool and not come off. After yesterday, I struggled to get you to stick to the tool. Okay. Can you just cut me some slack here? Oh, that's trash. Don't you dare. Oh, you bastard. How are we going to do this? Starting to think an underlayer of clay is definitely actually the way to go here. I also never fully shave. Yeah, I haven't shaved my beard off in 10 years. I used to just do stubble, but you know, this beard trimmer down to the skin, but at one point I was like, "You know what? I'm gonna actually try to grow out my beard and be serious about it this time." And I did, and I liked it, and I kept it. Sometimes I think it would be easier to go back, but I don't want to do that. I like my beard too much, even if it is a little bit of extra work. Oh, come on now. Ah, being a pain in the butt today. Okay. This is what I kind of picked up on while doing this. Each layer, you get a nice fully loaded, semi-fine tip brush, not a flat brush, because you don't want to be like brushing it basically. And you can manipulate the direction of the fur. Dude, I absolutely, I mean, it's tedious and time consuming, but I love this process. I like the result. And it's also the point in time where you can brush out any of the little clay boogers you might get. How's the music? Just curious, at this level, is it too loud or does it drown out me at any extent? It's kind of hard to gauge. Like I said before, I hear a different volume control than you guys. I can only go by the sound meter in OBS. Seems good? Okay. I'm gonna say it should be, but just kind of like to check. Some songs are louder than others. Even with different headsets or devices, it'll vary. Yep. Digital audio is weird. Um, I absolutely hate my TV speakers. We've got. Okay, let me rephrase. So, Minchie got me. It's a sound bar with a sub, and it sounds great. But the problem is, between the Samsung speakers and the Samsung TV, there's BS software audio control, and like you get to it's sometimes hard to hear, like dialogue and music. Sometimes it sounds muted. And like there, you get to a point where no matter how much higher you turn it up, it doesn't get any louder. And it's like, what is the point of this? I miss when TVs were TVs and they worked. You know? God, way to re-engineer the wheel and make it not functional in the process. Digital audio is frustrating. Analog was so much easier, you know? You know what? These are too big. We need to go smaller. Need to go smaller, and I need to get in a rhythm for that. Let's see. That's better. That's much better. That reminds me, I forgot to do that today. I wanted to start opening up the stream with a little bit of a thing just to address anybody that might be watching VODs, whether on Twitch or on YouTube, and kind of wanted to point out like, hey, when you're watching the VOD, you can put on whatever music you want, sit back and chill and enjoy. Because there's no music on the VODs, so. Yep, yep. I know there are things for live detection, but I've yet to hear of anybody having any issues with that. It's basically how you do your audio channels. You can, I forget where it's at, Gundy, but there's a setting in OBS that controls which of the audio tracks goes to the VOD. I think it's in your audio track settings in OBS. And then so you can select the track that you want to go on the VOD, which you would make your microphone and all your other stream sounds, and then set your music to the other channel. So like I've got a Go XLR and my music channel goes into audio channel 2 in OBS, I think it is. And that goes to stream, but not to VOD. Yeah, it's not bad to set up at all. The only problem is like for instance with my Go XLR, my music channel, the fader for that only controls the volume for me in my headset. So I have to control the volume of the music for you guys through OBS. And I can do that through my Stream Deck on my iPad. Which, if you haven't seen, it's like actually mounted on my desk right beside me here. Pretty handy. I'm still cutting these awful long, man. Shoot. All right. This is actually a pretty relaxing process, to be honest. You know, kind of go at your own pace. Nothing too demanding or strenuous. Pretty enjoyable. All right. I'm going to pop these up so we can pull them off. But before we get any further, I'm going to get a drink in and stretch a minute. We're a little over an hour in, so it's due time. Better. Oh, you bastard. Come on now. Let go. I need like one more hand, you know? 3 hands? That'd be good. Miss Diane, hello. Happy Tuesday. Boy, why is the music? Hold on a second. Let me try something for science. I'm going to say that should turn it down. Okay. All right. I feel like that's probably better. Sorry for messing with that, but just wanted to make sure it was actually working. It didn't look like it was moving the slider at all. All right. So how's everybody's day going? Any projects in the works? I know Gundy said he's picking up a project that he had put down a while ago. Anybody else? Working on anything? Looking good. Got a lot done. Thanks, Miss Diane. Yeah, it's yesterday we started adding the underbody fur and got to about here, and then last night I added up to well, even with the shoulders there, and baked him this morning with plenty of time to cool before stream, and that way we don't mess any of that up. Nice to have a save point. Yeah, I'm really happy with this fur process. I kind of think we're going to avoid the arm because the fur that we apply to the arm will kind of overlap in that region. And we'll just kind of, again, put some ISO on this brush. And from my mistakes learned, don't use a flat brush, use a pointed brush. It's easier to manipulate it that way without brushing it, essentially, you know? And when you brush it with a flat brush, it tends to kind of scrape it a little bit, which can lead to clay boogers and all of that that you don't want. Plus, it kind of mats the hairs together, and you don't want that. You want them to rest together, but not like kind of get mashed, like all stuck together. We'll probably go one more layer up, maybe one or two, and then we'll start under the chin there, because that's going to overhang on, it's going to overlap where it meets the chest. But yeah, day 10, we're moving right along, considering this is without a doubt the biggest project I've ever taken on. Probably have at least as many days remaining between painting and the base and all of that. Probably going to be about a 30-part project by the time it's all said and done. And as comparison, you know what? We got to do something here. Here we go. But yeah, for comparison, the candle prior to this was 8 or 9 parts. We're on part 10 already. And moving forward, I'm going to kind of balance it out. I want to keep pushing myself out of my comfort zone and taking on some bigger projects and whatnot. But I want to balance it out, you know. We'll do some projects that are quick and easy. And we'll do some projects like this and kind of mix it up a bit. Get some projects mixed in that don't take a month to complete, you know? And I'll probably, when it comes time, have you guys kind of help me come up with an idea for a simple project. That one's bad. Simple project that we could use for molding and casting practice. And by practice, I mean first time ever. I've never done that, but I definitely want to learn. And I had a raven's head because I want to sculpt a full raven. That's been on my list for a while. And I was thinking, like, well, once I get the raven down, why don't I do a raven's head magnet that I can mold and cast? But by pure coincidence, somebody requested Andy do that crow. And it's a crow, of course, but crows and ravens, I mean, honestly, most people can't tell the difference probably, I suppose. And I don't feel comfortable doing it now, you know. It's not a big deal. The point is I had a project lined up because I want to try that, but now I just got to come up with a different idea. We'll figure something out. Plus, I won't need to make a raven's head because I'll already have one because I'm going to order one from Andy. Yeah, that sucks. Let's put you back. All right. And hmm, had a bit of a tear in there. I needed to kind of blend back together. All right, let's clean this guy off. And drink break. One thing I do need to figure out is how I want to approach the tail texture. I may just continue the same process, but I suppose we'll see. We might do a blend into this into a carved texture up into the tail where and the tip that kind of poofs out and go back into this texture. We'll see. Like the arms from here to the elbow will have a fine texture, much like we're doing right now. And then the forearms into the paws will be like this. And the same thing with the feet. Down to the ankles, it'll be the fur like we're putting on now. And then from here down into the feet, it'll be the carved in texture. I kind of feel like we should probably go up one more layer. That way we're right at the neck. And then what we're putting on under the chin will run right into that. And we can kind of, well, we'll start where they meet and work our way back. So one thing to keep in mind, I do need to be careful kind of with angle placement on that portion in particular. Like I said, it's time consuming and tedious, but it's a pretty chill process, and I think the end result is definitely worth it. Like once this guy gets painted and do a wash and the highlights on the fur, it's going to be a nice texture, I think. Our next project is going to be a lot more simple than this, that's for sure. It's high time that I bite the bullet and complete the trio for my Ah Real Monsters Sculpting Nickelodeon Nicktoons, 90s Nicktoons. Of course, I've done Icus and Crumb. So it is well overdue time to get Oblina added to the trio. Very simple character, if you're familiar, but I may take it up a notch. Instead of doing like a smooth cylindrical body, I may do like a scaling texture. We'll see. Just to add some more detail, you know, but we'll see. That might make it a pain to paint the stripes. Because of course she's just black and white stripes. I'll look into some references, and once we're closer to that time frame, once we start painting this guy, I'll start planning that out. And eventually I may very well try to start taking on multiple projects so we can kind of change things up from time to time and switch between. And also, if we're working on something and we get to a point where it has to be baked, it gives me something else to work on while we're doing that, instead of just ending stream early. Need more clay. It's getting difficult. And also this glove keeps getting stuck when I'm trying to roll. There we go. Oh, come on. Okay. I also thought once I get to know some more people, it might be cool. You know, people had mentioned Andy and I doing a collaboration a few days ago, and I was like, I don't know how we would make that work. You know, sculpting is a little bit different. Um, I'd be down for it if we could figure out a way. Of course, Andy's awesome. But I was thinking it'd be cool, like, to work something out with a 2D artist where they come up with the design and they do a piece and then I sculpt that piece. That could be cool. Back to the trash with that one. The trick with these is to make sure they're not too chunky. You don't want them super thin. You don't want them chunky either, like that one. Ugh. Well, you can generally afford to have one chunky one in there as long as you can disguise it with all the rest. Hey, Stevie. Welcome in. How we doing today, sir? Drained? I hear you, man. I was saying earlier, I'm feeling sleepy today and I don't know why. Feeling better as the day goes on, but a little caffeine doesn't hurt either. Not streaming tonight. Don't want to mess up the model. Yeah. I'm not too tired to the point where I'm worried about this, but yeah, I know what you mean. See what we've got done, Stevie? He's got hair up to his chin. Well, we got to do one more line up in here, and then we're going to flip him, and we're going to start working our way out to about here. And that way we can overlap when we, on probably Thursday when we start on the face. How about that texture though, huh? I freaking love this, dude. It's a slow moving process, but I think it pays off. He's all floofy. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I was just saying, I think this is without a doubt the biggest project I've ever taken on. And it's making me feel a lot better about the idea of bigger projects in the future. You know what I mean? In fact, since starting this, I've added numerous things to my future projects list, which you can see on Discord if you're subscribed. Um, I've added numerous things that I've wanted to make, but I've been too chicken shit. Oh, let's just call it what it is. And, I'm not going to do projects like this continuously back to back. We'll kind of stagger them with some simpler stuff. So I can, get some projects in that don't take a month to complete. But we will definitely be doing more highly detailed things. But sometimes it's nice to have some projects you can just knock out and have fun with. I'm also getting the hang of this much easier than yesterday. It's amazing what repetition does. What you mean, man? Andy's a hell of a sculptor. And I think he mentioned the other day he surprised himself with this crow. And I mean, I'm having the same experience with this guy. Sometimes it's just stepping outside your comfort zone. You know what I mean? And you start realizing, like, oh shit, I can do more than I thought I can. You know what I mean? And like, I don't know. I feel like I've done some simple stuff, like my little pumpkin, right? That was like the first sculpt I did for the YouTube channel. And it's super simple, right? I'm happy with it. I think he looks great. Um, but he's just a simple sculpt, no, not highly hyper detailed or anything like that. But it's its own kind of thing. And I think that um, it's kind of hard to gauge. You can't really compare a CNOT sculpt to a gummy fetus sculpt. They're both amazing, but they're just different. You know what I mean? If you're not familiar with Gummy Fetus, you can find him on Instagram. He does some pretty cool stuff, and I've actually, unfortunately, seen some of the YouTube sculptors copying his work, kind of shamelessly, honestly, because he definitely has a style. But yeah, that crow that Andy's doing, Honestly, I don't know if I could do it that good. That thing's phenomenal. And like the texturing he did, the way he did the texturing, I don't have the first idea how to do that. That was wizardry to me, you know? No. Well, that one's messed up. Okay. This part makes me nervous a bit. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, worst case scenario, I peel it all off, but we're gonna have to come at this from multiple angles with the hair placement, make it look right. And before we even start on that,
Suddenly, I
oh well,
heard a
hello.
tap, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door.
Who's that rapping at my chamber door? Who's that rapping at my chamber door? Welcome in, Raiders. Weird Larara, welcome in. Thank you so much for the raid. And Raiders, thank you for joining. I appreciate you guys tremendously. Thanks for coming in. Larara, how was the stream? What were we working on today? And folks in the chat, there's a shout out. Be sure to show some love and drop a follow. Check out Weird Larara's stream and show some love. I appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Had to see your amazing sculpts. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in to check it out. We're working on a Jerboa. We're on day 10 of that. Was doing some bullet journal stuff. Oh, nice. Okay. They're very small. Don't worry. My name could be a tongue twister. Yeah, it just didn't want to work. My tongue was just completely tied there. But yeah, thank you guys. Welcome in. My name is, well, you can call me Feral, you can call me Moon, you can call me Feral Moon. Any of those things work. I am a sculptor. I've been doing YouTube since the end of 2022 with a break sometime around July of last year. That went a little bit longer than intended. And returning to sculpting, I actually started up the YouTube channel and I'm doing live sculpting. We're on our second project on stream right now. Like I said, we're on day 10 of that project. And I'm having a blast. The Twitch art community has been amazing. And I'm loving it here. Ofen Stitch and Misho Khan? I hope I said that right. Thank you so much for the follows. Weirdos incoming? Hey, you're in good company. You don't call him Bob. Yeah, that's right, Stevie. But yeah, as you can see on screen, these are some of my previous projects. Down there in the little box. And then I'll throw a link. Right there to the main YouTube channel. And that is where you can see all of my work, past and present and future. Because I'm changing up my format on videos. I used to do a little bit of a condensed process and then a showcase. But since I'm streaming now and you can see the entire process from start to finish, I figured, you know what? It saves me time in editing and I can get into working on a new project instead. I'm just going to do showcase videos. So moving forward, every project completed on stream will get a showcase video. And then you can join in and watch the process right here on Twitch. Me show's fine by me. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Username's kind of hard for English speaking people. I do my best, but yeah, sometimes it can be a little difficult. I have to sadly raid and run, but very excited to see your stuff. I'm definitely lurking. Hey, Larara, thank you. Thank you again for the raid, and don't worry, no problem. I definitely understand how that goes. Just to give you a quick little look here at what we've actually been working on, the last couple days, it's the fur. It's a process of getting a little bit of clay out, cutting in the fur, and then kind of layering it like shingles. And we're about to start on the lower chin. So, yep, this little guy's a lot of work, but definitely the biggest project I've undertaken. We're 10 days in. We've got at least as many left between painting and doing the base and finishing up the sculpt, of course. But yeah, he's been a blast. I'm super excited about this guy. And I appreciate you guys joining. Sculpt looks so damn cool. Okay, bye. Well, thank you for the raid. And go do what you got to do. Thanks so much. We'll take good care of your folks. And again, guys, it won't let me do a shout out right away after the last one, but in the chat there, definitely drop a follow. Show some love to Weird Larara. And thank you again for the raid. But yeah, welcome in, Raiders. Let's get back to it. And I'll kind of show you guys what we've been up to here. After I get a drink. Also, we are now one follow away from the 150 follower goal. So thank you guys. We'll go ahead and get some of these guys little bits and bobs ready before we get our Jerboa out of the base and start putting these on. And just trimming off the excess so we don't end up with like a bunch of additional clay, you know? It just makes it easier to take that off ahead of time. But on that note, I should also make sure they're pulled up before I do that. Why are you sticking to me? Stop. Okay. I do have to be a little bit careful. Right about here on up is fresh, and we bulked out his shoulders and arms a little bit to get ready for fur. So that's soft as well. And it doesn't matter too much because it's going to get covered, but we don't want to put any gouges and gashes. And here's the fun stuff. We got to start here and work our way back. And in placing these, I kind of have to angle them for the direction of the fur. Oh no. Have to scoop that guy off of there. Paint rag so I can wipe off any liquid clay that gets on there. Yeah, this is going to be a pain now. He's got liquid clay on him. He's wanting to stick to everything. Okay. Yeah, see, that didn't go. There we go. That's a bit more like it. Yeah, yesterday we put down a thin layer of clay before we started putting this down to create some adhesion. Today I decided to just go with liquid polymer. It's going to work just fine, but it's definitely easier working on a base of clay instead. Problem is, adding any clay makes it bulk out, even if it's a little bit. And I'm trying to avoid that, especially in this region right here. Oh, come on now. And basically we do a layer of this, and then I take a brush with ISO and get the fur placement as needed. Anybody have any experience working with polymer clay by chance? It's fun stuff. I used to sculpt as a teenager using Sculpey, and I very much enjoyed it. I just kind of fell out of the hobby until, like I said, late 2022, I got back into it. And honestly, don't know why I ever stopped doing this because I love it. Need a gas mask. Uh-oh. Andy's dog's rubbing off. Thank God my dog is not gassy. Even the old dog, she just burps a lot. There we go. Kind of right now just working my way up the center a little bit because we want that to contour with the chin. And that will help me hopefully guide the rest of it. Badman, how's it going, man? Happy Tuesday to you. Not normally too bad, but when she drops one, it's like Agent Orange. Paintwork peels, flowers wilt. It's terrible. All right. There's a remedy to stop dogs from farting. Brussels sprouts. Are you serious? I feel like that would make them fart more. Also, never been one of the people that hates Brussels sprouts. I never understood. I like Brussels sprouts, and even as a kid, I'm like, they just taste like broccoli, and I love broccoli, so what's the big deal? Oh yeah, man, they're good, especially if you put some. We toss ours in uh olive oil, you know, and salt and pepper, and throw them in to bake. Oh, it's so good. Now I want some. Dragon's Cullen, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing well. Hey, I think I saw you. Were you hanging out at CNOT stream yesterday, maybe? Last night? Sauteed in butter? Yeah, yeah. I've never had them that way, but that sounds good. Some garlic and garlic powder as well. Yeah, I think maybe we do. Maybe we've added some garlic powder. Typically, I would imagine we do, because typically, well, it's typically Minchie that makes them, but we use garlic quite a bit, so. Big garlic fan. Even steamed? Yeah, I don't know if I've had them steamed either. You know what? Yeah, I definitely have. Never mind. Yeah, I was a weird kid, I guess. You know, we always had a garden, and I always enjoyed vegetables. Broccoli, peas, beans. Dude, there's nothing better than fresh out of the garden green beans. Mine does stretch them points her ass at me. Rude. Sprouts and chestnuts at Christmas. You know, I've never had roasted chestnuts. Growing up, was it step grandparents? I don't know. My stepdad's parents had an orchard. You know, I've talked about it before. Had an apple orchard, and we had a couple chestnut trees, but I don't think we ever really did anything with the chestnuts. Missed out on a treat? I bet. At the risk of sounding awkward, I enjoy nuts. Walnuts, pecans, almonds, cashews, macadamians. Good stuff. Keep the gaze. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. And you were the 150th follower. We have reached our goal in just a few short months. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day today. I enjoyed nuts back when I had teeth. Yeah, that would be difficult. A little hard to chew. Hey, thanks, Stevie. Yeah, I mean, I guess technically we've been at it for. Oh, sorry about that. Glad to help you make your goal. Well, yeah, appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you. This is our second sculpt on stream, which is why I started the channel, but I started the channel in February, and while I was getting comfortable with it and setting up and getting ready to start sculpting, there was a couple months where I was just, playing games on stream and no schedule or anything like that. But finally got things to the point where I was ready to start sculpting, and that's going to be what we do. We'll do some gaming from time to time on the weekends and whatnot, but now that it's up and running, sculpting is the primary focus, and I'm loving this. Went nuts now. I got to get the old pestle and mortar out. Hey, at least there's peanut butter, right? I eat probably arguably too much peanut butter myself. You know like the big jars of it, the tubs that's like I don't even know, is it like a pound? A couple pounds? But it's like a big jar with a plastic lid. I typically go through one of those every couple weeks. I enjoy peanut butter sandwiches at night as a snack. Also, Menchie steals some of it, so there's that. She helps. A shriveled up alien. Yeah, I don't even do jelly. I just do peanut butter sandwiches. I don't know. Nothing wrong with jelly and peanut butter. Was always a fan of peanut butter and grape jelly. Yeah, oh, Dragon Skullin. Sorry, I missed in the sea of chat there. I missed you. Yes, maybe stop by to say hello. Yeah, Knot's great. In fact, he's where I learned this fur technique from. His work is incredible. Goals, I would like to one day have gotten enough practice under my belt to be that good. All right. We're gonna cut these hairs, and then take a quick little break. In fact, what time is it? Yeah, we'll just take a quick little restroom break. Not quite time to give the dog her meds yet, so. I don't like it with anything. I like the taste as it is. Same, man. Peanut butter's good stuff. I don't need anything to take away from the taste. This Jerboa you're doing, I'm putting it right up there with C Not League. Hey man, that's certainly appreciated. Because that's a pretty honorable place to be. There's some phenomenal sculptors out there, and he's definitely one of them. Um, and 15 years of experience. All about practice. And that's kind of what this whole channel was always about. Exercises and learning and having fun through creativity and learning new techniques and trying them out. You guys have seen me struggle and fail on a couple occasions, and it's all part of the process. I'm cutting these too long. Yeah. A little bit long on these. I need to dial it back. Yeah. Most of them should be usable. A couple of these won't be. Oh, maybe. Maybe on the side. Like the side of his jowls there. I rarely put people up with his league because there's not many in my eyes, but your work's amazing me. Hey man, I appreciate it. I really do. Freaky Deek is another I put up there with C Not. I am not familiar. Is that somebody on Twitch here? There's some on YouTube too. Dr. Garuda. That dude's crazy. Apparently I was talking to CNOT about it because I was like, I was asking him, I'm like, or I was saying, I'm curious what kind of clay he uses because it looks like monster clay, but he paints his sculpts like they're finished. And if you know, like monster clay doesn't cure, it's basically for molding and casting. And he's like, yeah, well, he's not doing finished pieces, he's just doing content. And it's like, man, that I couldn't do that. I would want to keep those things, you know? Um, yeah, some of those guys on YouTube are nuts. I could never put that kind of time into something and then just squish it. Amazing androids, nice. I'll have to give a look. Not a lot of at least from what I've seen, not a lot of traditional sculptors on Twitch. A lot of it's all, you know, 3D modeling and printing. Occasionally, I'll pull it up and on the search bar there on Twitch and just kind of search sculpting, and yeah, it's always just 3D sculpting or digital sculpting, I should say. Okay. Yeah, before we start that, let me take a quick restroom break. And I'll be right back and we'll continue on with placement on those fur pieces and see how far we can get today. Thank you guys so much for joining me and thanks for hanging out. Hope you're enjoying. Lurkers, thank you very much. Appreciate you as well. And give me just a couple minutes and we'll be right back at it. Andy's work just lately with that crow. He's really going up the ladder now. I love it. Yes, me too, man. Me too. Like I was saying earlier, it's cool to see because I've kind of experienced the same thing, right? Stepping outside my comfort zone, veering away from what I normally do. And I love the stuff I normally do, but sometimes you just got to get out of that groove and allow yourself to learn and expand, you know? And you surprise yourself. I've surprised myself with this guy, and it's a great feeling when you surpass your own expectations. And I think that's a growing moment, right? So I'm excited to see more from Andy. I was already, but yeah, that crow is amazing. Fantastic work. Yeah, 100%. Because if you're just doing what you're comfortable with, you're never pushing yourself, and you're never really getting many opportunities to learn new things, right? Or or you're never giving yourself opportunities to make mistakes to learn from. And I've already had that experience with this guy when we started laying down the fur, when I was working on the ears. Um, it's frustrating, but that's where you find solutions. So, firm believer in making sure that you branch out when you can. But yeah, give me just a moment, and we'll be right back at it. Make plenty of mistakes. Those are just learning opportunities, Stevie. It's fine. All right, yeah. I'll be right back and I'll answer your question in just a moment, Batman. If you were to do another Jerboa, there's definitely things you would change on the next one beforehand. Um, yeah, I kind of, and I think that's kind of just a process of learning sculpting, right? Or any hobby for that matter. But I feel like there's, like my candle, for instance, my first candle that you guys have seen. When I finished him, he was one of my favorites, even though he was so simple. But there was things that I saw that I would do differently, things that I wish I would have taken more time on, and things that I would change. And, you know, the last project we completed, the first project we did on stream, was the grumpy candle. And that was basically that. That was me taking what I've done and applying the changes that I would make. As far as the Jerboa, I went into this guy with a lot of planning. I spent a lot of time thinking about this before we started because I was nervous as hell about taking on this project. First time doing animal form, first time working specifically and exclusively with cosplay, and first time with this fur texture and all of this. So I put a lot of thought into how am I going to do this, you know, because I'm the kind of person that just likes to have a plan anyway. Um, One thing I would do differently, the leg armature, and he'll be fine because it's very thick, sturdy wire. I know some people don't like aluminum, but this is specifically armature aluminum wire, and it's pretty good. And it'll be fine. But I would have wrapped it like I did the tail. The reason I did the tail was strictly for cohesion, or not cohesion, but for it to adhere better, basically, to be able to stick the clay on easier. That's why I did it there. I would have done it on the legs just for some additional support, but that would create a new challenge because it would make the wire fatter, and then I'd have to compensate with some of the thinner parts would have to be thicker than I'd want them. So yeah, with him, that's probably the one thing that I would do differently. I wouldn't have put the arms on for when I did. I know that. The bottom arms. Yeah, technical term. Richie, hello. Welcome in, man. I hope you're doing well. I don't normally plan. I do things as I go along. I mean, I do a bit of that too. It's just with the anxiety disorder, I guess. When I know something it could potentially stress me out, I spend an exorbitant amount of time coming up with a plan to keep the stress at bay. Like obligations, household chores. I get that stuff done because I don't want it in the back of my mind stressing me out. Stress mitigation and minimization, I guess. This world's good enough at providing opportunities for stress as it is, so I try to remove opportunities where I can. And speaking of stress, has anybody ever used ashwagandha? Been hearing about it. I was thinking about giving it a try. Planning works for a lot of people, but for my head, nope, it's racing along as it is. Yeah, my head, it doesn't stop. And I feel like that's a strength and a weakness. It has its benefits, but certainly the capacity to drive me absolutely out of my mind. I was afraid that would happen. I love this song. If I could slow down how I think I'd be a lot better at things. I do need to get tested for ADHD. Girlfriend swears I got it. Our son does. We jump from project to project. The more I read about it, the more I wonder if I do too. It's just weird though, right? Because like certain things I can focus on no problem. Other things, it's maddening, right? Um, but as far as slowing down my brain so I can focus, marijuana helps tremendously. And when I say it slows, it's just enough to where I can focus and be productive. 90% of the stuff I've done working on the stream and stuff, I was technically inebriated, I suppose. But I also know it's not a surefire remedy for everybody, because for me, it helps with my anxiety. For others, it causes it. But it also has to do with, you know, strain. What strain it is could be playing a factor there. And yeah. And I used to struggle with a bit of paranoia from it too, but it was all about like, oh, I'm going to get caught because of the legality factor. But now I don't have to worry about that. And it's very nice. Sorry, but I found something that worked for me, and it was a hell of a lot better than taking those damn pills. So you can take your legality and shove it. You know what I mean? Those pills are killing people, and that's legal. Marijuana hasn't killed anybody. So, yeah. And I gave the meds a shake in the past, but the only one I ever found as far as my anxiety disorder goes that helped was the Ativan. And doctors, at least around here, are funny about that. Because apparently it's like habit forming. And it's like, hey, asshole, if the habit is feeling normal, I'll take it, you know? But even when I have had Ativan, I only take it when I need it. It's not like a constant thing. And when I found out people were abusing it, I truly was perplexed. Like, why? There's no real, at least for me, there was no euphoric feeling or anything like that. I just didn't feel anxious or, have panic attacks. Ah, that's no good. Lost all the hairs on that one. One or two is fine, but there we go. Yeah, and by no means, like if you're dealing with mental health issues and you haven't tried the medication and you trust your doctor, give it a shot. But it doesn't work for everybody. And the same goes with marijuana. It's not for everybody, but it certainly helps out a lot of people, myself included. And I'd rather partake in something that grows naturally than some chemical concoction that's basically being pushed because somebody's going to get a pay bonus. And like I said, I gave them a shot first. And from my experience, the ones that did what they were supposed to do as far as antidepressants and stuff. Also made me feel like an absolute zombie. And there was a point in my life where something pretty drastic happened. Something that anybody should have a reaction to, you know? And I just felt numb. And I was like, this is bullshit. Like, I'd rather feel extremes than nothing. And that's when I made the decision to stop. The only ones that's killed is idiot drivers that are high. Yeah, and that's their fault. I don't blame that on the substance, right? You know, I'm not a drinker. I've drank in the past, and I enjoy the taste of a nice craft beer or a porter or a good whiskey. But I hate the feeling that alcohol gives me. Um, and I don't like drunk people. But the only time I ever have anything negative to say about alcohol is used as an argument against the legality factors on marijuana and the ignorant arguments that surround that. Um, but I think we could all agree that alcohol has a huge detrimental impact when it comes to those things. But does that make me say, like, oh, some drunk drivers can't be responsible, so nobody should be allowed to drink of a legal age and all of that? No. Just maybe we should stop glorifying it, is all. Rather smoke the green than drink alcohol any day. Yeah, I just don't like the way it makes me feel. You know, when I can smoke multiple bowls, right, and I feel totally in control. Would I drive? No, because that's stupid. Could I drive? Probably, but I'm not going to. Um, there was a case in Ohio where now that it's legal, somebody drove because you can't buy it in state yet because the dispensaries aren't ready. Dude went to Michigan, bought a bunch, and was high driving back home in Ohio and had an accident. It's like, great. Can we get the dispensaries open before you guys start acting like dumbasses, please? There's always that person, you know? You ever get the book CNOT has got the book of lost herbal remedies? What? No, I didn't know about that. Ironically, brain chemistry is not an exact science. I'm glad you found something that worked for you. Yeah, exactly. And that's why I say, like, by all means, if you trust your doctor and you're struggling with those things, give meds a try and see if it works for you. Because I'm not staunchly against it. I'm just also not somebody that blindly believes that it's the end all be all answer to everything, right? Not trying to feel in control. That's the opposite of what I'm aiming for. It's the anxiety, Ezram. And again, you know, no judgment, dude. By all means, people can enjoy what they want as long as it's responsibly, right? It's just not for me. And again, like it's been a long while, but I'll have a drink uh, from time to time, mostly for the taste, because I don't like the way it makes me feel, and I also recognize there's people that don't like the way that marijuana makes them feel. Um, but for me, I feel completely functional. It slows my brain down just enough that I can focus and be productive. Um, and as far as all that goes, and there's the additional benefits of like my back pain. It helps with that. It helps with my muscle tension. Um, and just generally makes me happier. Love to have a job as a grower. Oh man, it would be great, wouldn't it? It'd be an interesting job. I just hope that we handle things wisely. So that quality control remains and we're not ending up with entirely profit motive where quality takes a back seat. Got to get back to building my desk, getting carried away chatting. But hey, good luck on the desk build there, man. Custom or assembly or what are we talking? Rather lovely morning, Ezra. Good, good, good. Yeah, been a pretty chill day today here. I'm starting to feel more awake. I don't know why I was so sleepy this morning. I think it had to do with the fan, like I said earlier. I got used to the fan being on at night, and at some point Minchie turned it off in the middle of the night. Why are my dog? Hold on one second, guys. All right, sorry about that. My dogs don't bark, so when they bark, there's a reason. And that was the USPS, or not USPS, but the UPS guy. Custom? Oh, nice, dude. I was gonna say, hopefully they sent you all your screws and stuff, but you don't have to worry about that. So good on you. My mop has gone missing. That equally strange and upsetting. I would say that is odd. The disappearing mop. Oh, good luck locating your mop. If we can get up into this chin done today, I will be very happy because that means that I can throw him in the oven and he'll be ready to go for Thursday. We can start working on the face. And that's where it's going to really start coming together. And as far as that's at least what I think anyway. Is the face will get a little bit more broad and shaped out. His ears will fit his head a little bit better, you know. I was kind of freaked out when we put the ears on. I'm like, oh no. Oh no, I made them too big. It looks goofy. But then I kept reminding myself, there's fur to be added. You know how this works. When you cut your hair, you know, your ears look bigger, right? That one might not come off. Let's find out. Well, it did. I don't know if it's going to be usable, but yeah, that kind of sucks. That one's going back. Also, okay, yeah. Wanted to make sure we brushed those down with ISO already, but already took care of that, so we're good. Yeah, that one's no good. All right. Oh yeah, Ezram. It's always a good band. I enjoyed their music as a kid. Also, the Disturbed cover of this is pretty good too. My first 4 records were Genesis. Nice. Oh, Stevie's getting some trivia in. What was the name of the canceled sequel of Team Fortress? Team Fortress 2, Brotherhood of Arms. I didn't even know there was a canceled sequel to Team Fortress. I had no idea. One of my main influences. Nice, man. It's a good influence, that's for sure. By the way, Ezram, did you ever figure out what was going on? You said your upload speeds had tanked or whatever. I had a similar issue about a month ago with my ISP. My download speed was fine. Um, But yeah, my upload speed was ass. It was like a third of what it should have been. And no rhyme or reason. And I got a friend that works for the cable company, and he looked into it from his side. And seemed like it was something going on with our node. And then the next thing I know is back to normal. So oh, come on. Yeah, I will say that internet problems are one of the most frustrating things when it comes to streaming because you depend on it, but it's kind of out of your control, huh? Because there's only so much we can do. Until we're kind of just at the mercy of the ISP and hope somebody puts the time and effort into figuring out what the problem is. Still not great. Worked out well though. I streamed 2 hours later than planned because of it. Got a monster raid from a big musician and a couple more from artists, so it was a busy night. Nice. Well, I'm glad it at least worked out. And at least it's at a point where it's letting you stream, you know? Mine it was kind of like I could stream, but it would go in chunks where it'd be fine for a minute and then I'd lose like hundreds of frames. And I don't drop frames on a normal day, you know? So when that thing's going haywire, there's something wrong. All right. Double dose of Genesis? Yeah. Is Shuffle on? Should be on Shuffle. Happy coincidence, maybe. Gonna get some food? Have a good stream? Hey, Miss Diane, get you some food. No worries. Thank you for hanging out with us. I hope you enjoyed.
Bye. Have a beautiful time.
And I hope you have a great rest of your day. And we'll see you around. I, of course, will not be back until Thursday, but maybe we'll see you then. All right. More fur. Let's see. So basically I need to angle the next pieces inward this way and this way. Slightly here and then straight up in here, and we'll start blending that and then blend it into the underneath texture, right? That is the plan. Let's see if we can execute. And at that point, you'll be good to go for a bake. We'll check over the shoulders and the tail again before we call it a day. And I'll probably put them in the oven tomorrow. Why is it playing Phil Collins constantly? Shuffle is on, correct? Whatever. I wish that YouTube Music would tell me if shuffle is on. That would be fantastic. I don't know if those two pieces will work, but we'll find out because the smaller the better right now. Maybe Shuffle likes Phil, apparently. I mean, I don't have any problem with it, but for the sake of variety. You know, somebody might not like Phil Collins, and I just ruined their day with back-to-back Phil Collins. Try not to rip whatever is left of my hair out. The girlfriend has moved the friggin' screws. Oh no! Well, I take back what I said earlier. They did not send all the hardware. I have a prefab desk that meant she got me a few years back for my birthday. And I like it a lot, and she liked it. So I ended up getting her one. Speaking of, her birthday is coming up next month, and I need to plan. Because that's going to creep up real quick. Wanted to make my own desk just to see how it goes so far. I'm liking the idea. I can add this and that. Oh yeah, absolutely. if I had more of a means to do so, I would definitely be right there with you on that. Um, she got me a bandsaw and a table saw for Christmas, but the problem is I don't really have space to set them up in a permanent spot, you know? I used to have plenty of garage space, and that's because I bought the house when I was single. And now that there's 2 cars in the garage, uh, I have no space. I'm lucky I can fit my mower in there. So, if and when the day comes that we find a new house, that is definitely something that will be kept in mind. In fact, at this point, I would like to have a space where I can just set up a whole ass studio with sculpting and 3D printing and woodworking stuff all right there, you know? That's the dream. Space for my showcase photo shooting and all of that. That would be phenomenal. Technically, I could do a little bit of a setup in my basement, but it's there's no AC down there. And speaking of, as far as having like a workshop space, having a space that's not right next to our bedroom so I can stream at night if I want to, that would be fantastic. I was actually thinking last night though, what's stopping me from doing no voiceover streams? Like, let's say it's night, you know, Minchie's in bed. I could totally start up the stream and just do some work and just not talk. But I don't know how appealing that would be. Maybe more appealing for some, you know? The basic idea on how they should be built. She kept talking like she knew how it should be, so I went along with her idea. It would have flopped over if I went from the wall at both sides. So I'm reinforcing it with bits to make it sturdy. Gotcha. Always wanted a basement. Yeah, ours is, we've got a half finished basement. But we don't really do much with it. Like our ferret is down there and like some extra living room furniture, my old couch and whatnot. But yeah, it's heated with baseboards, but there's no ductwork down there. And that might get, it stays cooler down there, but on a warm day, it would still get warm, especially when I add a computer and lights and all of that. And I guess you could get one of those wall ACs, but I don't know. I also have a nice little setup here in my office, so it's hard for me to convince myself to move everything downstairs. Oh yeah, well it is, but then you have to also take into consideration. So I have our house has a heat pump system, okay? So like an AC, like central air, it's got an outside unit, and that even runs during the winter time because it pulls what hot air or what warm air it can out of the air. Um And if you're adding more area like that, then you may very well kind of screw yourself where the unit can't keep up with the square footage. And when I had this thing installed, they undersized me 3 times. I kid you not. So that was a nightmare. And I find dealing with contractors in general just to be a nightmare. It is like the worst part of owning a house. As long as you had some text on screen saying that it was no talking. Yeah, yeah. I just don't know. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it some night when we're doing another big project or something. I was actually thinking about it last night when I was sitting here doing a little bit of work on that fur. I mean, I could always talk like real quiet, maybe. I don't know. I already have to be right next to the microphone for the most part, so bought this house we live in cheap so we can do it up and resell eventually. Ended up staying here. World War II house, and the builders speed rushed to build a lot of these houses. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean. I bought this house with work to be done. Some of it still needs done. I still need to redo our kitchen. But when I moved in, I went hard, man. I did 2 bedrooms in this room. The bathroom. We have a huge living room, and I'm talking ceilings too. So ceilings, walls, baseboards, the whole 9 yards. And the living room, the hallway, like almost the entire upstairs except for the kitchen. And I was burnt out. I still don't even want to think about painting, you know? But it needs done. I'm gonna have to just bite the bullet and get to it. It's a very cool technique. I agree, Ezram. It's super relaxing too. Like it's not overly demanding. I love the end result here. You know, it's time consuming and tedious, but at least it's chill and the end result is worth it in my opinion. Eventually fixing a lot of the stuff over time. Yeah, we've not done the kitchen yet. Yeah, the kitchen just sounds awful.
Hello.
Hello. Hi, Jenny. Welcome in. How we doing? This technique is how I did my dragon scales on an egg I did for a client. Oh man. Like cutting each individual scale or just got home from work. I'll be back in a bit. Hey, no worries. No worries. And I hope your first day back went well. Was it today or yesterday? Stop sticking to my tool. Did each scale added them on like how you are overlapping them? Oh man. Home DIY is hard for me because I was one of them golden spoon babies, so I'm learning all this for the first time. I have a general understanding of a lot of things, but I'm not even close to being an expert on any of them, you know? And that's simply because my parents like to move a lot when I was growing up, and every house that they bought was a fixer-upper. And then they would put work into it with my stepdad and my grandfather and myself. My grandfather does know what he's doing, and so does my stepdad. But, you know, I just picked up stuff from that. And it's been a long time. So some of it, yeah, you know, I have to kind of learn it while I'm doing it. And I don't care how much I've ever worked with electrical, I'll never like it. I hate working with electricity. I've been shocked too many times to an, you know, not something I enjoy. All right. I built my own kitchen carcass. Just bought doors, drawers, and worktops. Nice. Yeah, see, that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like, we know eventually we would like to sell this place and find another place. And the cabinets are original and they're nothing spectacular, right? So it's like, do I spend the money and replace them, or give them some TLC where it's needed, which they're not terrible, and refinish them and just paint them with like a chalk paint finish or something like that? I don't know. I haven't decided. Built them out of scaffolding boards. Nice. You know, a quick drink break. Depends on how long you're going to be staying. Yeah, and see, that depends on whether the housing market returns to some resemblance of normalcy. It kind of just feels like everything's kind of inflated right now. And like, for instance, my house, I've doubled my equity in recent years just based on the housing value in the area. And that doesn't make any sense, but it is what it is. And considering that, you know, selling the house would be great, right? But then what happens when I buy a house, and then if the market readjusts itself back to kind of how it was, then I'm going to lose my ass. And I don't really want to find myself in that position, so Plus, I would be tripling my interest rate just based on the default interest rates right now. So, yeah. That's kind of what the holdup is on that. Just kind of waiting to see what happens. And any longer, probably renew. Yeah. Yeah. It's just, I don't even want to think about how expensive it would be to put new cabinets in, especially when I have a back deck. It's a second story deck and it's needed rebuilt for years. And I got an estimate on it like 2 years ago. It's nothing, it's not a huge deck and it's nothing fancy, all right? Over $10,000. I'm like, there is absolutely no reason in hell why this deck should cost me more than it cost me to reside and put new gutters up. There's no reason. And therefore, I won't do it. My house needs modernizing, really, like central heating. Yeah, mine had the heat pump when I bought it. It originally had baseboards, which are still present, and it's kind of nice, and it actually worked out to my benefit because within the first year, my heat pump that was here when I bought the house. Oh, there's the 2 o'clock alarm. I'm gonna snooze that for a moment so I don't forget. But yeah. So I bought the house that had the heat pump and the baseboards, right? Because the baseboards were original, and they just kept them. And within the first year, I had to replace the heat pump. There was a couple times that I had no heat in the process of all of this. So the baseboard um, definitely saved me. Because even though my heat pump was out, I could still heat my house. All right, so you're gonna build this up a little bit with super short fur, and then we start blending that in. Probably a new roof, new drive. Yeah, we've got a concrete driveway and we're getting cracks and chips in it. I'm not looking forward to the day that that needs to be redone because we have a relatively large driveway. I don't even want to think about how much that'll cost. Probably like 30 freaking grand. I'm telling you, if I was by myself, if it was just me, I'd be happy to go back to renting. It's nice. I mean, owning your own place, but the drawbacks, man. Ugh. This one's too long, so I'm just gonna put that one back. I'm gonna clean this off. Before we continue, I am going to give the dog her meds real quick. And when I come back, we'll go ahead and finish up that chin. If I had the money, I'd turn the loft into a model room, renew roof, and install central heating. Yeah. Um. Yeah, I think it was like. See, my roof took damage within 2 weeks of my furnace dying in my first year in the house. It was wind damage. We had a huge windstorm. Um, so yeah, wonderful, wonderful experience into my time as a first-time homeowner. First year, I'm looking at $8,000 on a new heating and cooling system, and like $14,000 roof. But thankfully, the roof was covered on insurance, and the only thing I had to pay out of pocket was like $100. But the furnace, not so much. I had to pay for that. That's the problem, you know. Like that's why I say I would go back to renting happily. Is it's nice to own your place until that stuff happens, because everything when it comes to like home repairs and maintenance and all of that, it's so god awful expensive. It's awful. All right. Yeah, that's the size we want. Make sure we cut small. All right, I will be right back. I'm gonna put the break screen up. Guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. Lurkers, thank you as well. Hope you guys are enjoying. If you're new here, consider hitting that follow button. We're here streaming and sculpting at least 3 days a week, but most of the time it's about 4 days. Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, and potential bonus streams on Fridays. We're going to take a quick break. It's at the 2 o'clock hour here in the Eastern time zone, and that means it's time for me to give our oldest dog her meds. It'll take just a moment, and I'll be right back. Thank you, guys. All right. Ever lived anywhere but here? At your current house? Well, damn, man. Nice. I've moved too much in my life. Too much. To the point where I can't even stand the idea of it. a lot as a kid and into my adult life. Although, I mean, it slowed down as I got older, of course, but I've been here since 2018. And if it was just me, I would probably be here for the remainder, you know? Although I would probably be hiring somebody eventually to take care of my lawn because a little bit too much of that for my taste. Bots to Beast, hello and thank you, man. How you been? Happy Tuesday to you. I'm gonna get some shout outs here going too. I've been terrible about that today, and I apologize, chat. I've just been like kind of hyper focused between this and just chatting, and I'm not thinking about doing things that I should do as a streamer. Shame on me. Shame on me. We got everybody. Hopefully I'm Yep. Okay. Hopefully that's everybody. Hopefully I'm not missing anybody here. Some shout outs in the chat. All three of those folks, creators here on Twitch. You should definitely check them out and show some love. Yeah, no problem, Stevie. I'm sorry it took me so long. When Minchie's not home, I'm flying solo, you know? And while I can do most things from right here, shout outs are not one of them. I mean, I guess technically I could, but I'd be typing on a touch screen and I hate that. That's no good. Had a crazy dream last night that my wife and I moved to some weird old rundown house and sold our nice new one. We were living next to some sort of weird commune. Man, you know, it worries me. Our neighbor next, so on one side of our house, we have a ravine separating us from our neighbors. And yes, that's right. I am half owner of a ravine. I know. Go me. Look at me. Living the dream here, owning half a ravine. um. So yeah, there's a ravine on one side that separates us from our neighbors on that side of the house. And then our neighbor on the other side, it's an older lady and her boyfriend, she's widowed, but she has a boyfriend. And super nice, no problems. But it's kind of weird, like if this is my house, right? And this is her house. Her property's kind of like she's lived here for a long time and they bought the property like kind of behind my house. So it's like L shaped. They've got a pond that's on the backside of my property. She's old. And in the past couple of years, we don't see much of her. And I know she's had health problems. And man, like obviously, I don't want anything bad to happen to my neighbor or anything. And it sounds selfish for me to be like, gosh, I hope she doesn't die so I don't get new neighbors that might be potentially terrible, especially considering their property is kind of encompassing mine. But I'd be lying if I said that wasn't a concern. Because I don't like having bad neighbors, man. I can't stand it. Like, it's not that hard not to be an awful neighbor. Just don't do it. Never expected unless I raid. Hey, man. I try to give shout outs to folks that I watch and know that stream, but like I said, when I'm flying solo and I just kind of don't think about it sometimes, and I need to get better at that. Some of these are a bit big. We don't need that many, and some of these might work for transitions from the textures, hopefully. Also, I'm fairly certain we just hit viewership records on the channel today. Thank you guys tremendously. Appreciate it. I really do. We broke our, where we surpassed our follower goal today. Real nice day today. Thank you guys. Got some trivia going. What do we got? What is the name of the capital of Turkey? Istanbul, right? Yep. Oh, what? Oh, really? I thought Istanbul. Yeah, I'm with you, Stevie. Are we going to fact check that? Are they lying to us? Oh, that one got goofed. Just going to pull some of the smaller ones here. Got more Genesis for you. Creeping up on my follower goal. Not sure what to do after. Think I need to quit streaming. Why? Why do you need to quit streaming, man? Oh, you bastard. Because I prefer to keep it at 666 forever when I get there. I just broke 600 last stream. Yeah, but the moment you say you want to do something like that, somebody comes in and, you know, like when somebody's like, "Hey, we hit 1 million subscribers," and then like 10 people are like, "Oh yeah," and they go and unfollow just to mess with the numbers. Cruel, man. That's so cruel. That's when you start issuing bans. Hey, did you see Twitch has a feature now that if you ban somebody, they can't watch your stream anymore. I'm sure that's easy to circumvent, but like, logging out, but it's still nice to see. I need to make some smaller pieces. These are too big. But we are getting close to being at a nice stopping point for the day, and that's, right on time. We normally stream 11 to 3 Eastern on Tuesdays. We're at 2:20, so plenty of time to finish up what we're doing. Sorry I missed most of the stream. Yeah, I mean, you should be, right? I'm totally kidding. I'm absolutely 100% kidding, Jenny. Oh, God. I have to give you shit, you know? It's payback. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you made it when you could, Jenny. How was your day back? Was today your first day back? Or was it yesterday? I want to say it was yesterday, but you were here yesterday, so probably deserved it. I mean, saying my stream was boring and Okay, so today was the second. Okay, I thought so, but I wasn't quite sure. I hope everything's going well, getting back into the swing of things. Look, he's got a beard. I don't think we need that many. I'm going to stop right there for the moment and we can get these in place and then start kind of blending all of that in. Of course, it'll start looking better once this is all built out, you know. In fact, yeah, we'll check it here after I get this main area taken care of. Moon's Jebby finally claimed him. Finally, or let's see. Sore today, hand isn't happy. Oh no. Well, hopefully, after a little bit of an adjustment, things start to be a little easier, you know? All right, I'm going to put down a tad bit of the liquid Sculpey. And get these prepped and ready. And hopefully this will cover the main area of concern. And I can kind of eyeball where we need to go from there. And then once we're done with all of this, we'll work on blending the gap between the carved texture and the fur. I need to move that back a tiny bit. Yeah, we're going to need some more because I'm putting it on so thin. No. That might do it for that side. No. I see one thing I'm probably going to end up doing here. Bring it up a little bit on the outside to kind of frame the jaw. Remember when we were talking about Ungentlemanly Warfare? I looked it up. It never had a UK release. What? I wonder if it was like, huh? Because, yeah, like I said, it kind of snuck past me. I knew it was coming out, I'd seen trailers, but I never really saw any theater presence. And we've been to the theater a couple times in recent months. And I don't recall seeing it playing. I wonder if it was like a limited release. Gonna make a move. Thanks for the stream, Feral. Catch you all later. Hey, Stevie, thanks for hanging out with us, bud. Hope you the rest of your day goes well, your evening. And we'll see you soon. At the very least, I'm sure we'll see you tomorrow at Andy's channel, right? Because I won't be here till Thursday. It's about a British war story directed by a British and mainly British cast and never released here. That's crazy. Yeah, and featuring, you know, well, somebody playing Sir Ian Fleming. I think he was knighted, wasn't he? Yeah, I'm getting this process down. Only a few unusables here and there. And a lot of times it's just because of the cuts. Or that, you know, when we peel it, it pulls off the hairs. I'll make a full wheel just to be safe. At least the outside perimeter. One more. Other arrow tat. Is that a Native American tat? This one? Well, kind of. It's kind of a dual thing. You'll notice the green, and that's for Green Arrow. But yes, I have Cherokee heritage. Cherokee, German, and Dutch. But on my mother's side, my great-great-grandmother was 100% Cherokee. My great-grandfather was like, I mean, I'm tan, and he was darker than this all year. So yeah, I've always been close on that side of the family. And always been interested in and kind of connected with that side of my ancestry, you know. It's so, you know, I tan real easy, but if I don't go in the sun, I'm pasty as hell. Thank you, German heritage. But on the bright side, I don't burn, so that's nice. If I do, it takes quite a bit. And I've been down to Cherokee, North Carolina. That was kind of just depressing, though, honestly. Exploitation and all that jazz. Dad's side Scottish and travelers, I think, so God knows what's in my genes. My mom's side, I swear there's German Asian genes somewhere. My great grandma looked from Asian descent somewhere on her side. Yeah, you could always get one of those genealogy tests done. Just don't do one of the, the ones that sell your information. Although my mother did that in recent years, kind of came back with some surprising results. Apparently, we have African ancestry somewhere in our family, so I don't know where that comes from. I'm gonna try to cover what we need to with what we have here. Let's see what I can do. Just trying to kind of form a little bit of a line. Oh, I hate it when it does this. Okay. Back to the clay ball with you. You're on my nerves. Get out of here. You don't want to cooperate, then get out. Okay, nobody wants to cooperate. Fantastic. Oh, for the love of God. Ooh, new mattress. Very nice. That's something we need to do also. Needs one desperately. Yeah, mine's getting up there in the years. It's about due. So says my back. Okay, and we got need one more here. All right. So now got to blend. Which shouldn't be too terrible. And I'm going to roll out a very thin strip of clay. I will run along that and kind of bridge the gap. Yeah, your back will tell you when it's not happy. Yep. I do know one thing. At the very least, it's time for us to rotate that mattress because last couple nights have been a little bit rough on my back. And then when we're working on Thursday on the upper part, I'll wait. Because we're gonna have overhang here, so we'll probably put some more of the fur in here. Kind of, yeah. That's probably what'll happen. Small spoon, where are you? Yeah, my back's telling me right now it's not too happy. Done so much walking today, my ankles isn't too happy about it. Yeah, it's amazing how just a short break from things and you get not used to it anymore, you know? You have to kind of readjust. Would you describe it as life size? I would say he's probably a little bit smaller than what the scale would be in game, but close, yeah. This is going to be the tricky part. And oh boy. Things that could potentially ruin all the work I've done today. That's the idea is once I do the carved in texture, you won't be able to see that line. And the moment of truth. Shall we begin? Lightly slice and blend, yeah. We'll brush it as well. What I may do as well is roll out a very, 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 very thin snake of clay, right? And cut little pieces off and place them at random around that seam and blend those. I did that in the ear just to kind of create a little bit of a non-uniform pattern there. Because sometimes a uniform pattern really just throws away the realism, right? Which is a struggle for me because I love symmetry. My eye always just kind of gravitates to trying to do something symmetrically. And that's not always a good thing. Right. Yeah. No straight lines in nature. All right. Final step for the day, I think. Other than checking over our little tail nub and the shoulders. Song doesn't sound right. Is it live? You know, that's what I was thinking too. One before this. How to test that mattress out later. Put my finger on why it sounded wrong? Yeah. All right. So this is going to be just for bridging the gap on that blend. Oh, this stupid glove. There's like a dimple right there in my finger and it keeps getting caught on everything when I'm trying to roll it. Like my finger's tripping over itself. And then basically all right, now that I got that at least attached, let's go in. You're doing it wrong. They covered smacked its corner side, not too. I gotta say all the language that came out of my mouth. That one's a tad thick. Amazing. All right. And let's brush that. I really want your Jerboa. I'm glad everybody's liking it. I'm pretty happy with him as well. He's kind of getting into a goofy phase for the time being, but hopefully we can get him out of there too. It's expected. I mean, we're adding hair. So through that process as it is, he already looks like he's got mange or something, you know? I don't know. I don't know. I've got a growing list of projects.
Spoon!
Indeed. Hey, Rose. I don't like how bunched up it is in here. I mean, it needs to be a little bit because it makes sense because he's turning his head. So it would bunch up in this area with the fur, right? But it is a tad poofy right there. And I got that line, the swoosh line. Ah, good job, me. You know what? I don't think this is going to look nearly as awkward as it does to me right now because we got to put fur up in here. And that's what it is. It's this gap that's really messing with me right now. It looks like he's got it like, yeah, and then that's totally how it should be because he's got his head turned to that side. I also recommend your channel to a big ARC streamer I'm friends with once he's back from holiday. Oh, well, that's cool, man. Thanks. Yeah, maybe not ARC per se, but um, I have, I definitely at some point in the future want to do a dragon. That is something I would like to do. How we doing today, Rose? Any more markers bit the dust at the hands of the, well, your dragon? Kicking one's backside into gear with making my new coat. Oh, nice. Get off. Yeah, see, this side looks a little bit goofy, but again, it should. And it'll start to kind of look less goofy once we get this area in here start to fill in. You know what I mean? That's what's been messing with my eyes when I'm trying to. Because other than that, the profile's good. I need to do a little bit more in this area to make it a little bit broken up with some more defined lines than what's going on in there. Hopefully it's last cut for the table. Then I just got to add the stickers to it. Might be having a bit of a realization of how heavy the new coat's going to be. I can't believe how much weight this guy's putting on just adding the fur. I mean, he'll be fine, but yeah. He went from weighing nothing to actually having a little bit of weight to him. I think it's about time to let him sit a bit. Held for name calling. Wow. Wow. You had a spare lavender? Nice, Rose. Has food and coffee? Very nice. Boiled wool. Brightside wool's decently waterproof. Interesting. Just had to say that and go back to lurk. That looks so damn good. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Yeah. I'm going to do something because this is going to drive me crazy until I do to balance this out. But yeah, thank you, man. I'm really happy with how he's coming together. This is absolutely without question the biggest project I've done. And probably the best at this point so far. Oh God, Jesus! Just adding that one piece made a world of difference. That balanced it up so much better than it was. It's still not where it needs to be, but it's much better. We are getting to a point where this is getting a little bit risky and dangerous. can't touch his shoulders. I mean, I can, but then I'd just be back to fixing something I've already finished. And that's going to get covered up from like right here on either side of the mouth. That's going to have fur that kind of, you know, comes down into this way. I go. Don't steal my snake. Wait a minute. I looked at the clock not long ago. It was 2:20. How is it 3:20 now? 3:16 now. I don't understand. All right. That's enough hair today. That is enough of that. I will do another pass over that tomorrow and get him in the oven so that he is ready for Thursday. But before we go, I am going to just kind of pass over the tail and the shoulders. His feet don't look natural. What feet? Yeah, no forearms yet either. Forearms will be after we get the texture over the arms. Then we'll do the forearms because this is going to have finely cut fur texture. The forearms are going to be carved and it's going to kind of come down at the elbow and meet, right? So we'll put those on when we're ready to do that. Also didn't want to do those so that I can move these and it wasn't in the way for us yesterday when we were working on that. Bionic Jerboa feet. Am I done? I'm just gonna kind of look over and make sure I didn't mess anything up. But yeah, pretty much. We'll see who we can go say hi to today. A good chunk done. That was, doesn't look like much, but that was a lot today. Also, yeah, there he's got a little nub beginning of his tail. What I'll do, I want to wait till it dries a little bit, you know, it cools off, all the alcohol evaporates. I'll fill in tomorrow There's a few little gaps in there I would like to make flush. So I will spend a bit of time tomorrow before I put them in the oven doing stuff like that. Get him good and ready for Thursday's stream. Cool. Cool. A little bit of cleanup here and we'll see who's on. You guys want to join me for a raid here in a few? I'd say today was a nice job well done. We got some progress on this guy. And right along with what I planned. Because this is exactly where I wanted to get to. So Thursday we could pick up with the top area of the face and see how far we can get there. That should be relatively, this will be a matter of getting it formed, you know. We'll probably add maybe a little bit of a wedge in here with clay just to kind of help ease the placement. Because we're going to be working with long cuts on that. And various sizes, honestly. And then up here, we'll be doing some short furs. I might do like a little bit of a plug in the inner ear with some strands sticking out. We'll see. But we will do short cuttings that kind of curve up into the ear, back towards the eye, and then fill this in to some extent with the eyebrow, right? And that'll be etched texture. And we'll put some holes into that for the monofilament as well, just like the whiskers. Like the 3 on each side sticking out. And then from the ears, it'll come down and meet. It'll kind of swoop out this way as it comes down. And where it meets at the eye line, it'll start going down this way instead of just back and out. It'll kind of start curving down and out. And that should give us our shape. And as we're kind of coming across with the first layer, it'll drop down. And then over top of that, we'll shoot it back. I think that'll get us to where we need to be on that. And then from the top of the head down and around the base of the ears are going to get some fur texturing on them as well. So, heck yeah, man. All right. You know what? I'm going to clean this guy off because it needs it. And that should do us. All set. Put these in to soak. And top over here. Oh, you stupid thing. All right. There's an ad break starting. We're going to pause that. Oh, all right. Never mind. I guess we're chatting until the ad break is up. But in the meantime, it'll give me an opportunity. Catch you later, bro. Hey, Bad Man, thanks for hanging out, man. Hope you enjoyed. It was good to see you. Nice chatting. I'm going to see who's on and who we can go say hello to. Let's see, refresh. What is this? Some miniature painting? What is Cream of Egbert up to here? I see Beast. Oh yeah, he did a face unreveal. What is he working on? This stream's a lot of fun. I've been hanging out there in the evenings. Let's go say hello to Cream of Egbert. Let's do that today. We've never rated him. Yeah. So ad break is ended, and welcome back from the ad break, folks. While you were away, we've decided I'm gonna go say hello to Cream of Egbert. So if you guys could stick around and join me for a raid, we'll go say hello to another artist here on Twitch, and I think you will enjoy his stream's a good time. You may have seen a recent co-stream with him and Josh Uwu. I think that's maybe how I found his channel. So let's do that. But first and foremost, I've got a slew of thank yous today. Spooky Fox had an offline follow from yesterday, so thank you for that. Ofen Stitch, thank you for that follow. Misho, thank you for the follow. Keep the Gaze, thank you for the follow. And thank you all for helping me reach my follower goal. We hit 150, and I think from here we're gonna shoot a little higher. We'll double it for the follow goal. Does that sound like? Should we shoot for 300? We hit 50. We hit 100. We hit 150. Do we shoot for 300 next? I think that might be it. I think that might be the goal. And of course, Weird Larara, thank you so much for the raid, and all the raiders that came along. Thank you guys for joining. Thanks for hanging out. If you liked what you see, hit that follow button. Join us next time. I will be back Thursday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. Normally Thursdays I'm 1 to 5 p.m. Eastern, but I may start a little earlier. It just depends on what's going on. So keep an eye out for that. And the best place to get all the updates on that is the Discord, which is linked in the chat right there. We'd love to have you. You can share your artwork in the art gallery. We love to see it. Let us know when you're going live or post new videos, and we'll check those out as well. But yeah, we're in there hanging out even when the stream's not live, so hope to see you there. And in addition to that, you can check out all of my work on my main YouTube channel at FeralMoonDesigns on YouTube for showcases of past and future works as they're released. So yeah, do check that out. But guys, that's it for me today. It's been a fantastic Tuesday today. Thank you all so much for the incredible support on the stream today. I very, very much appreciate it. I'm going to throw some raid calls your way. Non-subs. There's one for you. Rose, have a good one. Thanks for hanging out with us. I hope you have a great night. And subscribers, there's the raid call for you guys. I'm going to get it copied for me as well. And let's make sure. Oh, nope, that didn't copy. Make sure that's ready to go. I'm going to queue up the raid. We're going to roll credits, and I will see you guys over there. Cream of Egbert. Yeah, I need to get some foods too. All right, raid is queuing up. Get those raid calls ready. Guys, thank you so much again for a wonderful stream today. Thanks for all the support with the follows, the raids, the lurks, and just hanging out and chatting with me. I had a blast. We got a lot done today. We're ready to move on to the top portion of the face on Thursday. And I'll see you guys then at, around noon, 1 o'clock Eastern time. But until then, take care. Have a fantastic night. Have a great Wednesday. I'll see you back here Thursday. Jenny, Fire Shadow, Rose, Badman, Ezram, if you're still out there. All of you guys, thank you so much. Have a good one. I'll see you on the other side of the raid. Later, guys.